Welcome in everyone. We are once again playing Blueprints. It is day 68 in the game, and we have some postcards to reanalyze after we've taken a break from them. We have other objectives to get to. We have to steal a crown and return it to a throne room. We need to play with bedrooms for science. We need to wander into the lost and found, preferably as early as possible, so that we don't lose anything or lose something we care about. And we also will be attempting to manage the Architectural Digest Dead End Room contest. But yes, let's continue on, shall we? We've got some things to do. Okay, we don't have any mail, but we do have allowance, so we will pick that up. Fantastic. Let us go invest in our future by making a wish. There we go. Apparently the bird tried to get my coin. Silly bird. Silly burb. No more schoolhouse runs. We're gonna go root cellar. Just because I like the root cellar. Look at how many dig spots are in here. It's fabulous. It's gonna be dig spot city today. Not that I have my beloved shovel, but I do have the key card. So, with that being said, hey BB, how are you today? I hope you are well. Do. You're good? That's fantastic. I'm pretty good too. We're just playing more puzzles. Playing with the puzzles. Currently, I'm running for a lever, but you know how it goes. We're still on for Friday, aren't we? Do you think Nail will join us again? Because that was really awesome. Let's go! 20 stream streak for PP. That's awesome. Thank you for sticking around, babe. Yes, I called you babe. Because you're a babe. I don't know what to tell you. I don't make the rules. I just live by them. Dorky! 75 stream streak. Wow! That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Streaking with PP. I love it. Hello? Elevator? Hello? Did I not push le bouton? I must not have. Okay, here it comes. We love it when friends streak together. It's the best. Why die of embarrassment alone when you can die with friends? Alright, I do not have my beloved shovel. We'll see how well it goes here. I would like to go... this way. We'll go this way. Ooh, it worked. I'm just gonna throw down the workshop here. Nice. What did I get? Double nice. That will be very handy. No beep beeps? No beep beeps. Okay. And of course, it's locked. Why would it be anything else? Do I have keys? Nope. Oh, but this one's not locked. Secret passage. Into... green room, I think. And of course, it's also locked. Screwed. It's fine. And it's locked. Alright. Alright, game. I see what you're putting down. I see you. The game is going, just friggin' go through the entrance, bitch. I was hoping I could be a little sneaky and, like, maybe get a key room pretty early and or something, but no. If I push this button, will it go back up? No. Literally just the call elevator button. Okay. Okay. I see how it is. Alright, well, we'll run back to the entrance. It's fine. Just remember that I want to visit the gift shop ASAP. Yeah. I have to make some money. I don't know how expensive the tents will be. You don't have to tell me. We can discover it organically. But I gots to find it. Oh, security is good. I will take security. Hello, security. Oh, no, no coins or anything. No, no beepy beeps. Alright, am I missing anything? No. I would like literally all of the doors. Give me high doors. Thank you. Should they happen to go offline, feel free to unlock them, though. Thank you very much. Let's log into the network. We want to go to remote terminal access. We will view the laboratory and start shenanigans immediately. Let's hope for something cool with clearing boxes. We hope and pray. Oh, yes. Each time you find some trash while digging, remove a crate from the tunnel. No. Upgraded floor plans. There we go. Excellent. Back to the network. Staff services. Special orders. Place. Shovel me. Approve. Log out. Alright. Cool, cool, cool. Good, good, good. Conservatory? No. Breakfast nook. A crate has been removed. And I got magnifying glass? Let's go. Let's freaking go. Alright. Alright, alright, alright. Aquarium, I guess? Because it is also upgraded. Ooh, broken lever. Nice. Don't have my beloved shovel yet. So freaking sad. Uppies, please. Ooh, the foyer. Early? Oh, I don't have enough for the foyer early. Okay, hallway then. We do love me a good hallway. Experiment successful because it too is upgraded. Yeah. Should be worth a crate or two, and you know how much I love my hallways. I love my hallways. I do not need the pool, so I will take the den. Is there a chest? No. Okay. There is a gem. Uppies, please. The drawing room. We have connecticated back to the workshop. Nice, 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 nice. Drawing room has paid for itself. Where? Where? Okay. There. There! There. Sweet googly moogly. Hallway again. Upgrades! Upgrades! Remove those crates. Remove those crates. Love it. Treasure trove, please. Dankeschön, darling, Dankeschön. I don't know. It's gonna be a weird day because apparently the musical playlist in my brain is on steroids. It'd be like that sometimes. Will this be enough money? I don't know, but we will find out. Okay. Any more monies? No more beepy beeps? Okay. Treasure trove. We've got white flame box. 14. Days like today are when you wish you had an electromagnet. Yep. Yep, yep, yep. Yepers. At least I have a key for this. Green memos and blue boxes are sometimes false. But it's on a red memo, so is this one false? Maybe green memos and blue boxes are sometimes true then? Either way. Hard to say. Hard to say. When will I know that I've gotten through all the treasure trove boxes? Only time will tell. Alright, is this now locked? No, it is not. Awesome. Commissary is going the wrong direction? Great Hall it is. I don't have any keys for the Great Hall right now, but we're only going to walk in to see if there are beeps in the middle. Okay, no beeps in the middle. Gotta go back the way I came. Just a wee little bit. Okay, that one's locked. That's fine. I thought maybe I could sneaky sneak something. It was not meant to be. No, I don't have anything I can make in the workshop, but I have the workshop, so in case I want to. That one's also locked. That's fine. But we can go from this hallway if we want to. I don't have enough gems for vault. But we could do conference room here. It's a pretty good... I mean, it's not a great location for conference room, but it's a halfway decent one. We have the beeps. There's something on the floor somewhere. Where? Where are you at? I don't see it. Do you see it? Where? Oh, it's on the table. She's Louise, May. Could you be any more blind? Okay, we'll go down and see what happens. I don't like any of these options. Just kind of hoping for something else here. Oh well, we can get more gems. How many memos do you think there are? No, seriously. Sometimes true equals sometimes false. Yeah, I know. I'm aware. I'm aware of what I said and the ridiculousness of it. Either way, it's true. I don't know. 46, maybe? I have 14. That sounds like a perfectly good answer. See, I'm picking up what they're putting down. It's fine. The black box and the blue box are apparently empty. We'll see about that. Every statement with the words blue is false. This box is not blue. Well, this is absolutely false. This might be true, which means the black box and the blue box have things? It isn't always 8 or 46, but it is a hell of a lot of the time. Yeah. They just like those numbers. They like 8. They like the implication of infinity, but not being infinite. They like 46 because it is 64 switched. Yeah, there's a lot of things that go on in this game that has to do with that. It's Minecraft math, kind of. And by that I mean that just like Minecraft stacks things in stacks of stacks of derivatives of 8, essentially. I do not know where the gems are today. This box is not blue. Is absolutely false, because this is a blue box. Every statement with the word blue is false. Well, this one is absolutely false, but if that one is true, then the black box is also false. But there can only be one box with gems. Now, the box that has gems is not always true, aka a box with a true statement on it. Sometimes a box with a false statement has the gems. But I don't know where the gems are, because if the black box and the blue box are not empty, every statement with the word blue is false. Literally all of them have the word blue. Which makes all of them false. And if you reverse it, it makes all of them true. But this one is absolutely false because this box is a blue box, and it's saying this box is not blue, so that is false. Every statement with the word blue is false, I think, is also false, but it's not a reverse. That statement contains the word blue, therefore it cannot be true, and since blue is obviously false, black must be true. The black box and blue box are empty. So that would mean that the gems are in white. Plague! I am doing well. I hope you are doing well. I hope you're feeling better from your illness. Finally. Yep, see? Yellow gems in the white box, because they're, you know, yellow or gold plated or whatever. Blue gems in the blue box, red gems in the red box. If you know the history of this game, you know why. Okay. We'll attempt to go uppies from conference room, I guess. Not amazing, honestly. Well, yeah, okay. I think you need to be more careful about what you eat because clearly you eat bad food on the regular, and or at least you're eating food on the regular that your digestive system is rejecting. And yes, please hydrate often. Attempt to stay cool. I know that it is freaking hot over there in the UK. Um, Traumatic backstories are not bad, they're just common. And depending on the writing, they can be written badly, but they are not inherently bad. They are usually the drive for a character's evolution in the concept of whatever story there is. I think that your friend um does not have a lot of trauma or does not want to deal with their own personal trauma, and therefore they do not like traumatic backstories in the things that they read. I cannot for the life of me understand people dislike that people dislike a traumatic backstory. You mean desires and interesting reasons to want to interact with the story? Do you want me to just not have any goals? Exactly, Plague, exactly. You and me, we're on the same wavelength there. Okay, the break room just connects to the den. Do I want that? I would love commissary for my beloved shovel. But do I want commissary to go that direction? Screw it. Beloved shovel all the way. I don't even know why I'm questioning this. It's the shovel. Like, fuck me. I will take all of this. Thank you. Oh, I should not have bought compass, but here we are. That was a waste of my money. Ooh, turnip. Why in hell would anyone become an adventurer in 90% of D&D campaigns if they didn't have a rough time of things? Dragon ain't my family, so I want to kill dragon is normally perfectly accepted, and obviously both traumatic and motivating, so no reason why it can't be more elaborate and interesting. Well, and also, trauma is oftentimes the reason that people in real life get motivated towards causes. I have seen many a motivational speaker who was in a horrific car accident or was born missing limbs or survived something terrible, who went out to talk to people about their experiences and how they overcame the challenges, and how anyone, and they do mean anyone, can do whatever they put their mind to and are willing to work hard enough for. That motivation is less about being inspired and more about knowing that the work is going to be hard and doing it anyway. Like, in any fictional story, if somebody has a traumatic background, that is the point when they were at their lowest low, which allows them to have a reason to dig their way out. To be passionate about a cause, to build their character up. And even if they came from a terrible situation or a terrible place that was outside of their control, it is the story of how they took back that control for themselves and made something of themselves, even if, and I stress this, even if they are the villain of the story. Like, traumatic backstories are not inherently bad. They can be badly written, though. I will not say that every author is equal in the execution of the writing craft, but they themselves are not the problem, and your friend really needs to broaden their literary horizons a bit, in my personal opinion of not knowing your friend at all. D&D as a setting is ludicrously dangerous and scary. I frankly have no idea how anyone would grow up in the D&D setting with no trauma. The sheer danger just in traveling to the next village over should have ended the setting. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Trav. All right. I have many holes to dig. But let us... Sorry. I am contemplating the universe very seriously. Aquarium, there you are. Yay, coins. No diggy holes here. I believe there might be one in the workshop right now, and I know there are some in Foundation, which is fine. There's nothing in Treasure Trove, Drawing Room. We did the commissary one. No holes in any of those. So we are going to go back out to the root cellar. It's only a 10% random encounter chance. No, that's per trip. So 2 rolls per there and back. Every day or week or whatever. Yeah, nobody makes it. For example, my character Heinrich, who is generally nice and loving to anyone, lost his entire squad and forgot a lot of who he was, which pushed him to investigate more of the world and interact with it in an engaging way. Just because someone's traumatized doesn't mean they are edgelord with a power fantasy. Exactly. Exactly. Trauma doesn't always create the edgelord power fantasy aesthetic. Jeez, maybe I should have gone with digging up trash. Ooh, I could do detector shovel today. Should have done detector shovel before I came down here. Ah, well. My bad. My bad. It's fine. Alright. Let's get back to it. Kennel. We definitely need that. Absolutely. Hi, puppies! Yes, you get petted, because you're a good pupper. Huh. Ooh, perfect. Salted turnip. Love it. Spare terrace. Yes, yes, yes. Crate has been removed, and I get a dig spot. And another gem. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. I get incredibly passionate about D&D. Don't get me started on how much I hate the stun condition. I mean, fair? It's not that big a deal. No beep beeps? No beep beeps. Okay. Let's do math. I can sit around doing nothing for an hour. Yeah, exactly. Okay, we start with a 4. Okay. 20 plus 10 is 30. Minus 9 is 21. Flipped is 12. We start with 10. We times it by 10, which is 100. We then subtract 10, which is 90, which then makes it 9. Cool, cool, cool. 8 plus 7 is 15. Flip it, 51 plus 10, 61. Flip it, 16. Let's go. Geez. Cool, that was fun. Down, I guess. Yes, puppy, I'm back. I know, I know. Pool. Interesting. I'm gonna take bedroom. Awesome. My players have, out of their own kindness, chose to dedicate their weekend to sitting down and playing this game. In what world is it reasonable to reward that with getting rid of their turn when any other sort of debuff would work far better? Agreed. Increasing player engagement should be the goal, not preventing it. I'm gonna say this because I feel like it is needed to be said. Code check it is. The stun condition is really for the players to use on enemies, not really for enemies to use on players. The fact that it can be used on players is just a side effect of the combat system, but I do not believe it was ever meant for actual use by players. If that makes sense. Or by enemies, I should say. Detector shovel it is. It's true. I mean, if you go far enough back, the creator of it wanted things to be super hard because they thought that was fun and interesting. Not everyone agrees. Okay. I personally don't like when either use it on either. It's not fun for me as a player when the big bad I'm excited to fight loses their turn to a stunning strike, and it's not fun for me when my fighter gets absolutely took out of the fight by a damn mind flayer. I mean, you have the option to just not use stun or to disallow stun as the arbitrator of the game. So, you know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Some people find it stun to be engaging. I know. Wild. Oh, the silver key. That's never happened. Well, maybe it has happened before, but it's rare enough that I'm like, ooh. I don't at my table. I just really enjoy speaking my mind on specifically stun. I mean, yeah, that's it's your game. It's your life. I've long thought that there needs to be some kind of party spirit or totem that has a variety of options, and all players can always choose to use one of them instead of their character's actions, especially if they cannot act. Helps reduce issues with nobody wanting to dedicate a build to healing or not having a ranged weapon. I mean, it's completely viable to do that. Do I want to? I don't actually have to gamble. I mean, I have enough to gamble, and if I gamble well, it pays off, but I'm just going to take the money and, I think, run. Might come back to it later. We'll see. Alright, I have one. That would make it 2. I don't really want the pool. Sweet. Nice. Secret garden key. The side. Open. hallway, you're going the wrong direction. What the fuck? Well, since I can't get to this corner at all now, I guess we're going mailroom. Actually, no. Dormitory. I need the steps. Ooh, an ivory dice. Nice. Okay. My Wonderful Dungeon Masters campaign has really reignited, or I guess ignited, since it's my first time with 3.5e, due to how much I fell in love with it. So I've got D&D on the mind a lot more. 3.5 had a lot of good features. Hardly perfect, but I do prefer it. I personally like less crunchy systems, but your mileage may vary. I mean, not that I haven't played 3.5 or enjoyed the heck out of it, because I absolutely have. Don't get me wrong. More hallway, please, because I went to remove crates. How many green rooms? No, I have technically 3. No. It is upgraded, so... Double mint, come. Hello. Yes, you're very cute. Any more beep beep beeps? No. Okie day. There are now snacks in the conference room. Diggy diggy holes today. Any more holes? I don't think so. I don't have to spin it around because I already have the other door open. I can just leave it this way. The only door I don't have open is south door, which is fine. Okay, I've got them all. Sweet. Oh, no garage? Okay. I would really... well... Garage. No. No. I will always say that 5e is better for people getting into the game, but the amount of feats and ways to enchant here to your specification in different classes are such a joy. You have more options in 3x, not just in builds, but in actions. You can do more. Feat trees and the way skill points work is my favorite change. Being able to be reliably good at things, always positive. Improved trip attack, my beloved. Yes, improved trip. I love having plus 19 to nature, it's so fun. Oh, the rook, I think. Thank you. More diamonds. Cool. Awesome. And here's the weight room. I don't want it though. Excellent, excellent. My boy is in love with the dryad, so been dedicating a lot to nature. Ah, then yes, nature's definitely something you want. She's an archfey. Very scary. Has a thing for him killing things for her. I mean, can you blame her? Alright. What is today's dinner? We don't have the boiler room. Nor are we likely to put it down, so... Nom nom nom. I cannot, that's why I do it. Let's just go uppies. Another dining room? Did I grab 2 dining rooms? I must have. Double the dinner. Love it. And double the lunchbox. Let's go. Man, was I hungry today. No, silly. You're supposed to bury each body and plant an acorn in it. You can't just go leaving them around the place. What a waste of fertilizer. Exactly. There we go. I don't have the garage, but that's okay. The gift shop! I did it! $400! Holy crap. Well, I'm halfway there. Each blue room drafted on the 8th rank will contain a hidden blue memo? Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, you did. You did. I'm not saying you didn't. Quest bedroom it is. Love it. No beep beeps, so Nothing extra. Okay. Good plan. You might get dragon fruit from it once the tree. Oh, wait. Well, the dragon I'm after, I plan to plant one of the seeds for her trees inside its body to feed it, so yeah, you know. I might have mentioned it. Yeah, good plan. You might get dragon fruit from it once the tree is grown. Maybe. We don't have to pick it up, but we do. Alright. She mostly cares that I make the kills theatrical for her. Leads to a lot of smashing heads and decapitations. Hey, as long as it makes her happy. Ooh, the gallery. There's Realize. What happens if you put key 8 on the 9th? Do you not get the... You know what? I'm just not gonna chance it. Just not gonna chance it. Lost and found? Screw it. Let's see what I lose. Oh, Sledgy! Hello? An aerosol can of repellent. Press X in any room in your house to use. Starting tomorrow, that floor plan will be removed from the house and draft pool for 1 week. Wild. Anything new over here? No. Anything new anywhere else in the room? No. Hi, Mom. Huh. That's what you use to move the foundation? Well, you can also ban other rooms, but not really that important there. Do I want to move my foundation? It's in a somewhat decent spot. Although, you know, I could attempt to, like, stick it up here by the antechamber. Can also ban other rooms, but not really, yeah. Like, I could ban other red rooms that I don't want to have, but then I have to put them down first. Ooh, the coupon book. I can get it for $3.99 now. Okay, I still don't have these books, and I don't know how to get them, and I don't know what triggers that function. But let's go look at number go up. Number go up. Number go up. I've taken a lot of steps. Number go up. Some numbers go up. 32 out of 32. I'm almost to 40. Number go up. It's in an alright spot. Ideally, it would be 2 spaces higher, but you can't guarantee you'll get the chance again, and you'll be guaranteed without it for at least 7 days. Not really worth it. I can live with 7 days without it. I mean, it's nice, but it's not the end of the world if it's not there. Alas, the gift shop is not affected by the sale. No, it is not. Power hammer, broken lever, master key is on the list. Hallway, den, breakfast nook. Conservatory, yes. Passageway, commissary, cloister of Arinda. We have spent the most time in classroom, library, and security. We've made all these things. We have found all these stamps. Our largest purchase to date is the Swimbird plushie, which will be overwritten by the blue tents in the future. Most avoided floor plans, planetarium, dormitory, and hovel. Yep. And I got an A- and finally passed my final exam. Did not 100% that bitch. I think I misclicked twice and got one actually wrong. For whatever reason, when we went over the math, I don't know why, but I wrote down the wrong answer. Alright, let's see here. Bear is slothful. Puppo likes to be at the end. Rabbit sits next to Puppo. Monkey is here. Swan is here. An elephant never forgets his wrath. Lion likes to eat. And last, but certainly not least, penguin. Oh no, I got penguin and lion switched. It's fine. I did it from memory. More allowance, please. As much as I like the exploit, I will live without it. There we go. Alright. Well, I'm up to 232. I have the option of gambling. I've lost my magnifying glass. It's a good thing I wasn't using it today. Should we try gambling and see if I make it? Oops. Sure, go wild. Okay. See if I can make it the monies. Please make it the monies. No. That's what I got. And now, I have not maketh the monies. No, I need to go through secret passage. Okay. If only I had battery back. Okay, I have basically this space is all I have left that I can fill in. Okay. I can do that. Not a win, just a poor consolation prize. Indeed, indeed. Sure, why not, I guess. Must be just gems in here. Huh. Okay. I suppose we should go to 46 and see if we can't figure out the postcards and the map. Then after that, we need to go to coat check and put something in. That's basically it. Assuming I have enough steps. Shit. I have no way of getting more steps either. Maybe I'll do postcards another day. I would much rather put something away in coat check. Not that that matters. Oh yeah. I lost my sledgy, which is fine, because I've got a crap ton of keys I'm not using. Go check us through this bedroom. Master key is definitely going in there. Actually, the repellent can go in there. I haven't decided what I want to use it on. Okay, we have gotten rid of a lot of boxes, and I don't have enough steps to get back to room 46. I don't think. We can try. Where is the break room? Do I have a break room? Yeah, there it is. It's by the entry hall. Although... no, it's by the entry hall. Okay, we will not be going all the way up to 46 and back. No. Nope, nope, nope. I just want to see how much of this is cleared out. Hello? Hello? If you monk the foundation, you get a sneaky note from the housekeeper and a bottle of repellent, because monking it sets it to an outer room and it won't go away. Fair. No. But I do have the master key, so it does not matter. Ah, but I have the basement key too! Holy shit, you guys. Holy shit. Nope, nope, this one. Delete. Sorry, I'm like freaking out a little bit. Don't mind me. Thank goodness I picked up the basement key. This is major goal 2, I mentioned in passing. I did it. I don't have to do that experimenting again, so I probably should refresh that package, but... This basement door is locked. I have the basement key! Fuck you, it's not locked to me. There's another keycard situation. I have the keycard, but it is unlocked. I think I need the power hammer for this. Okay. You do, yes. Don't worry, those doors will stay open as usual. You won't need to bring a basement key each time. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just... writing my notes. Crazy. Oh, and this is the unknown room. Just to remind me where that information is. Actually, leave that open. Close this one. Close that one. Okay, so I can't get any further without the power hammer, which is easy enough to get because I've adjusted the settings for workshop. We're gonna go end the day in the break room. So we have buy the blue tent for 400 gold. Open, use the power hammer to open the door in the grounds tunnel. Okay, break room is here. Entrance hall is the fastest way there. Okay. This is exciting. I find and I should hold on. Do I have a computer? Yeah, I have the security computer that I can just get to the laboratory computer to reconfigure my experiment package into other useful things. So I will do that first because that's very close. But this is exciting. This is new stuff. New stuff, you guys. Woo! Alright. Ah, yes. There's 7 fruit in, actually, hold on. Conference room is just right here. I could go up to conference room, eat all of the fruit, and see if that will get me to 46 and back. It's a thought. You might not be getting more draftable rooms, but that doesn't mean that there aren't more areas already placed. Indeed, indeed. Alright, I need to get into the network. Remote terminal access. Go to the laboratory. Yep. I did that already. The 8 realm puzzle? Oh, no, that's what I'm trying to see if I have the steps for today. Don't worry about it. Packet management. Okay, create custom package. So immediately we're keeping each time you bypass security door. Each time you find some trash while digging. Each time you draft a tomorrow room, because I have a lot of them. Each time you draft an upgraded floor plan. I like fireplace. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 2 more at the minimum. First time you enter each room on rank 9. Each time you eat an apple. When you spend 2 or more gems drafting a room. That one happens fairly regularly. I mean, we only have the 1 drawing room floor plan. If we had more of them, that would be different. So I think I'm gonna do... each time you eat an apple. No, I haven't done the map yet. I'm trying to reach the map. Okay, this one, definitely. Gold. I do like this one. Gain a star. Don't need this one. Unseal one of the doors of the antechamber. Set your dice to 2. Permanently increase your lockpicking skill. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I just need one more. I guess stock your pantry with fruit. Or should I do 3 aquariums? Because it's hilarious. Power all the things. Yeah, let's do power all the things. That one has always worked out for me. Alright, that's my new package. We are finished with this one, but I'll just leave it running because there's no reason to turn it off. Okay, so conference room is basically over up to the hallway conference room. Okay. Let's see if we can't gain enough steps to get to the room 46 and back again. Because all of our snacks are in the conference room. Ooh, and I have apples are worth 5, and I have the salt shaker, so this is going to be a lot of salted fruit, but it's going to be amazing. Okay, is there anything here? Nope. Okay. So, fastest way up is up, over, up, over, up. Okay. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, or 12, 13, doesn't matter which way you go. 13 times 2 is 26, 27, 28. We have 54 steps. We have plenty of steps. We can do this. All right. Uppies to the next... Uppies to the drawing room. Okay. Sir, anything else I can and or want to make? No. Okay. All the way over. Uppies to Secret Garden. We'll just go this way. All right. It is time to reconsider this puzzle. It's been a while since we've done it. So let's figure it out. Here are all the postcards. And Trav has confirmed that I have at least 3, possibly 4 of them in the correct order. I'm also going to open up this. So, he starts in Orinda Aries. If you've been paying attention, historically speaking, that means that he started in Fen Aries. Technically, we are somewhere around here. He also returned to Fen Aries. We'll stick it sort of up there. We know he went south to Asia. And that's kind of what we have confirmed. Everything else is a bit more mysterious. So, we'll go through it again. 8 realms in 8 months. The objective was simple enough, but in what order? What route? And where to start? Questions like these were the ones I tended to ignore, as planning has never been my strong suit. Well then, in the true spirit of adventure, I have departed, forsaking both map and plan, as it happens. The road has taken me south. It seems fitting to begin the journey by visiting a fragment of the Old Kingdom, a landmark as black in realm as it is in name, and a story I feel closely connected to. Herbert. And then you have a picture of Black Bridge and the carriage that rode across it from the story, The Legend of Black Bridge. Because he was at Black Bridge Hotel and Spa. So, it obviously was sent from Fen Ares, but it does have the Orindia stamp on it. Got it. Okay. So after that, he went to Asia. We don't know what this fully means. It's hello, Yenna, goodbye, Lune, or Loon. I don't know what Yenna and Lune mean in Erijin, but it's definitely a... If I knew what they meant, it would make a lot more sense. Anyway. This is very annoying. Okay. I was a little disappointed that there has not been a drop of rain during my time here, as every Erijin story I have ever heard has begun with rain. I suppose the anecdotes I make on this trip will have to do without that flavorful setting. However, even without the rain, the puddles and ponds that dot the countryside make this place feel different than home. Hello, Yenna. Goodbye, Lune. Herbert. Now we know that Yenna is part of a name. That does not mean that it doesn't have a translation either. It could be Sun and Moon. Ja, Eri, Yenna. If we go up to hallways, foyer, the busts, it's in her name. But that does not mean that her name doesn't translate to something. Because, like, Mayrin translates to bitter. Althea translates to truth. Tover doesn't translate to anything. But the point of the matter is that, like, names often have meanings. So just because it is somebody's name doesn't mean that there isn't a meaning to the word itself outside of the context of a name. How many people are named Smith or White or, profession Miller, profession-based things? How many people are named Chrysanthemum or, there's just so many flowers that are named, so many, there are, like, I'm sure many people know a rose as a person, a sage as a person, whose name is Sage. There's a very famous person's kid named Apple, for crying out loud. We won't go into all of that, but, like, she's named after something, and it's understandable once you squint if you know what that is. Yeah. And I believe that our mother has an Irigen name as well as a Fenarian name. Because her mother is from Irija, so she named her daughter after it in the method of both traditions, although only the Fen Aries name is on her birth certificate. But that doesn't mean she didn't grow up using her Irigen name, of which Yenna was a part of that. I don't remember where in my notes I wrote this down, but it's there. I do remember seeing it. Um, so there's a lot going on here, but I don't know what Yenna means. We've seen the word a couple of times, but we don't have any reference to what it translates to, unfortunately. And it could be Yen Na. I don't know. We've seen J and E, an Ej, which is inner and outer, I think. No, she kept her mother's surname, as was normal for her line, rather than using her father's. That's all it is. The only other names she has are all fake passports. I will dispute that for one reason. No, it's not here. Hold on. It's here. Tomb. The note translates. Do I remember? No, Yenna's not in here. Never mind. Maybe I am full of shit. There was something somewhere. Maudlin letter. Where was it? Think. No. I can't remember. I could be making shit up. It's entirely possible. There's so much stuff here. Yeah, she did take her mother's name as was part of that. Um Princess Caitlin G. Airy, who, in keeping with Irigen tradition, was endowed with her mother's surnames. With her mother's surnames. No, but it might be my great grandmother. So it could be Lady Ashlyn. Or Lady Ashlyn's mother, even. I'm pretty sure it's somewhere up this tree. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's timeline wise, it's longer. Let's see here. This was 1924. So she's a couple of branches up the tree somewhere. Um, but this implies that J. Airy is a surname. So would she be J. Airy Caitlin in the Irigen tradition? And because this was printed in Fan Aries, they did Caitlin J. Airy instead of the other way around. I know, we're sidetracked, but I'm fascinated. Yeah, because this was 1886 that they fled, and then in 1924, which is a couple of generations later, yeah, Prince Rolf, the grandson of Desolates the Fourth. So she would be a great granddaughter of Desolates the Fourth. And then possibly married into the Epson family and took her husband's name. Possibly didn't. I don't know for a good reason, but we don't know what enough of the words mean. Yeah. No, I don't think this was ever translated. I'm just like yeah, so I think it's somewhere up this family tree that we are connected to that. Either Yenna is the surname or it's a title because its meaning would be odd but far from impossible as a first name. I don't know what it means. I've not, none of my notes has that. I've just seen it a couple of times. But it's interesting to me. Um, Hold on, I'm going to clean this up a little bit. None of this matters. This can be turned into this and thrown down here. This one, it's not real. This one is, there we go. That's much better. But like, as I've shown you, we've seen the name before. And it's interesting that it is in this configuration. So, either the Fen Aries newspaper printed Caitlin J. Airy in that way because to them, Caitlin is her first name and J. Airy is her surname, and therefore that is the way that you would do it in Fen Aryan culture. But it's very much like the Asian culture of surname or family name goes first, and so this would be Yenna J. Airy in in common Fen Aries culture, but in Irigen it may be J. Airy Yenna, because J. Airy is the family name that you speak of first, and then Yenna would be her first name. So this is a first name, I think. Because it also could be a title. I suppose it could be J. Airy Princess, J. Airy Queen, J. Airy something. But we don't have enough reference. Yeah, either Yenna is a surname or it's a title. You have what, 14 or so Trove memos? The answer is another 20 or so down the line. So many to go. Okay. Good to know that it's in the Trove somewhere that I will learn what this freaking word means, but it's annoying that I have to wait that long. Okay. Well, we'll continue on with what we were doing. So yeah, hello, Yenna, goodbye, something else. They're clearly words, and if I knew what they meant, this would make a lot of sense. Because it's hello wherever he went next, goodbye wherever he was. First Irja. Hugh Am Do. Hugh Am Do? House something. Ooh, this has a translation that I did not get. Um Hugh Am Do. House. And so many coins in a pile when you get there. I mean, it's another 100 coins, so it gets easier to buy the dents. Yes. Um, I need classrooms, 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 studio editions, classrooms, grade 8. Large something. House, large, large, question mark? Unknown. Yeah, because that's definitely double D. And we've seen the prefixes and suffixes be adjusted in their meaning by an extra letter. So I think that's AMD. And then this is another suffix. So odd would be its opposite. We saw eld as in mine. So large and small. Would it be bigger? Greater? Lesser and greater, maybe? So maybe AMD is greater? I'm guessing here. You don't have to tell me, Trav. I'm just trying to understand what I've learned in other places. Hmm. Greater? First Irja. Yeah, I don't know what the dough is. Anyway, something to learn. Okay, so we don't know in what order everything else was, but we do know that he ended in Fen Ares, the Royal Museum of the Grand City of Fen. I am actually writing this last postcard sitting at my desk at home. I suppose I should have put forth the extra effort and drop it in the mail for consistency, but I am tempted to save the postmaster a trip, as it will just wind up here once again to join the other 7, which I am pleased to report were all waiting for me on my desk, safe as can be. Flipping through them has reminded me of the many friends I made and lessons learned along the way, and as I look back, one truth shines brighter than the others. Air travel is much better than sea travel. P.S. Remind Anne to replace the books I lost. So, he lost the books in Arch Ares. He had the books prior to Arch Ares, where he lost all but one. So, Arch Ares is where he lost the books. He doesn't talk about the books in Nuance. He does talk about the books in Morajai. So Morajai happened before Arch Ares. We assumed that he sailed out of Morajai to Arch Ares. Hmm. Um. Despite my prejudice against Mother Nature, I own that I have deeply loved my time here at Vera. Memories of the youthful trip I took here with my brother have been relentless, and as I have gotten older, I find less and less occasion to recollect on such trivial pleasures. One thing I do remember vividly, which has not lost a single speck of charm, are the famous turtles. Each visitor of Vera, upon arriving, is lent one of these hard shell friends for the duration of their stay to serve as both steed, guide, and companion. I'm still under the spell of island life, even if the weather here is much more severe than it was on Morajai. So he went to Vera after Morajai. We arrived here after a few days of sailing, and it made me realize how much more convenient it would have been in the old days when the rail tracks extended all the way to the north. Arch Ares is a destination with which I am well acquainted, having traveled here countless times on business for Cinca. This time, however, I will avoid the familiar towns and factories and will instead trek along the northern coast, an area with which I am wholly unfamiliar. Um, After a short sea voyage, we arrived on the main island of Morajai last night in good spirits. The people here are belligerent in their politeness, and after spending a full day away from the Jaoriel, I am just as afraid of eating another dish as I am rejecting their offers. I may try to sneak away tomorrow and spend some time alone with my books, as I have noticed that each realm I have visited has one thing in common. They each have been short on solitude. Okay. There have been fewer and fewer opportunities the further we travel up into the mountains to attend to my correspondence, and I find myself regretting having brought so many books, as this is the first realm that I have visited without porters. Here, every person is expected to carry their belongings, and if they can't, you throw away that which is expendable. It's looking like I'll be bringing back less souvenirs than I had planned. I never expected to appreciate the cold, but the frigid weather here is welcome relief coming from the sweltering shores of Vera. P.S. I ended up forsaking all but one of my books. Okay. So actually, he force has forsaken his books in Cora Rica, not in Arch Ares. So Cora Rica happened after Morajai. Most definitely. Possibly after Arch Ares? By far my favorite realm I have visited during this trip, but I have always had a penchant for technology and am less moved by the beauty of nature than others. The soot filled streets and soaring skyscrapers here are just as stirring to me as the mountains of Costa Rica or the beaches of Morajai. Perhaps I am just letting my childhood love of dirigiblocks compromise my objectivity. From the shops I have visited, it seems the series is just as popular here as it is back home. Speaking of home, as I look across the eastern sea, I can almost see its shores. I never thought I would miss the sight of red flags. I really do think that nuance is seventh, but maybe Vera was after that. I'm so close to this. I know I am. Okay. Well, let's see if this configuration works. So after 2, 3 would be Morajai, and just to... I should just leave this open to the classrooms. Grade 4. Morajai is this one. Arch Aries is here. Then we go to Vera. Costa Rica. Oops. And then Nuance. Nope, that didn't seem to do anything. I have the wrong order somewhere. Okay. I'm missing something and I don't know what it is. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 2 wrong. Okay. I have to switch 2. Okay. Is it that I just have swapped the order of 2 places? Okay. 1, 2. Yeah, this is definitely not the order of that. Okay. So 2 of these are in the wrong order. Is there a relevant hint on hot or cold? Like, have I flipped a hot place with a cold place? Actually, let me try a hunch. I have a hunch that my original silliness here... Nope. Yep, that did nothing. Okay. Put it back. We're in a configuration where I have to flip 2. Okay. Well, obviously, if I flipped those 2, it didn't work. Okay. He lost the books in Costa Rica. He had the books in Morajai. So Costa Rica has to be after Morajai. We believe that they went from Morajai to Arch Aries just because of the few days of sailing. But it would be closer to sail from because Morajai is the sailing place. Let me check the stamps on these. No, that's not that helpful. Excuse me? What did you do? Don't do that. Okay. He talks about the weather of being a welcome relief on Costa Rica after Vera. So those two are linked. Here's Vera, here's Costa Rica. Those two are linked. We arrived here after a few days of sailing. I mean, I suppose he could have sailed from Irja to this, but Irja... These are both trains. This is the sailing. I'm not saying that other places don't have sailing, but, like, this is the one known for sailing. But if I switch their order, maybe it makes more sense. No, you cannot. So what if I do... You're an asshole, Uncle. You're an asshole. Okay, well, we have the order now. All right. I can turn this into toggle list and throw this up into... Let's actually do this. I don't need this information here. I was putting it here just because... This one is now done. This is where I got the postcards, but that's fine. We'll close that up. But I can close this up. Grab room 46. No, leave that. Leave those. Put the postcards here. And in fact, if I put this here and throw this in here. And then I will... I know, I'm taking time to reorganize, it's fine. I very much doubt I'll have to reference this again. for the puzzle's sake. You will have to sail. Yeah. I'm not going to disagree, other than to mention that he did want to make sure that other people wouldn't find this. Of course, using a sledgehammer would also solve the puzzle and far quicker. Yeah. We're very respectful of our uncle, the deed, and whatnot. Lord Arthur Clementine and Lady Arave of Trinsdale. I believe we've already seen the deed. Did I take pictures of it last time? I thought I had, but I don't seem to have it. Oh, yes, I do. It's here. And then I will just move this in here and add a note. Because that's a fun little quirk. All right. So we have seen this. And then the will. Okay. Yeah, that's absolutely new. So let's find out what's actually in our uncle's will. Supposedly we were there for the reading, but here we have the last will and testament of Herbert S. Sinclair. I, Herbert S. Sinclair of the Mount Holly Estate at Reddington, do publish and declare this instrument my last will and testament, and hereby revoke all wills and codicils heretofore made by me. I declare that I am not and have never been married and have no children. First, I direct all my debts and outstanding expenses be paid as soon as my decease, as soon after my decease as possible. Secondly, I direct all the servants and staff in my employ at the time of my death shall be granted indefinite leave to be paid out of the reserves of my estate set aside for such occasion until such time as a new master of Mount Holly bids their return. In the event that the aforesaid reserves for this purpose are depleted before a new master of the estate is found, I direct my executor to make provisions for their future employment and to do so in a manner that is just and equitable to all parties involved. He's very, very sweet. While you've seen part of this, you haven't seen all of this. There is something important in there. Technically, it's very important. It's a very important document. Thirdly, my faithful valet, Hartley Rhoda, I hereby gift to him the lake house in Trinsdale as a small measure of gratitude for his many years of unwavering loyalty and devoted service. I direct that my executor take such steps as are necessary to transfer ownership of the said lake house to Hartley Rhoda and should use all reasonable efforts to persuade him to accept the same. Yeah, good luck with that. He is a very devoted man. Furthermore, to my late cousin Tillin's 2 children, Courtney Farron and Rygard Farron, who have sometimes been impulsive and hasty in their actions, I grant to each a cuckoo clock set eternally on the sacred hour, for only time will tell when they are ready to slow down enough to appreciate the gifts bestowed upon them with the patience and wisdom that comes with maturity. Okay, we've got cousins. In the case that Lionel Epson should return from his travels abroad, or in the event that any of his heirs should present themselves, I bequeath to him, or them, as the case may be, the diary and its related key, which formerly belonged to his sister Clara Epson, which I have kept in her room and beside her grave, respectfully. So we know about the diary and its key. So that's not a problem. So we do have more family in the world. We have a great uncle, Lionel Epson, and whatever cousins came from his possible marriage or bastards that he had. We don't know. We do have a late cousin on the Sinclair side who had kids, the Farrens. If you hadn't found them, it'd be a hint that there was a grave for Clara Epson in the first place. Yes, absolutely. But we figured that out, so we're good. But it's interesting to find that we have more family in the world than we understood before. Uh-oh. We've got redacted stuff. He has some further relatives from his father's siblings and going down, so relatives at a remove. Yeah. I figured this was a cousin on his, that's why I said it, cousins on the Sinclair side of the family, because they're related to his father's brother. They seem to have had kids in pairs for a long time, so on the Sinclair side anyway. In addition, it is my fervent desire that the gallery, along with all the artwork contained within, be bestowed upon the Reddington Museum of Art, including the sculptures, exhibits, and the entire collection of drawings by Christopher Manson, comprised of 4 pieces entitled... we know what these are called. 777. Entitled... Think, ponder, realize, and ruminate. This generous donation shall be made 1 year hence following the date of my earthly departure, when it will be removed from Mount Holly's draft pool. So, good to know, good to know. Think, pink, rink, and rink? No. Moreover, to the Grand Cathedral of Irja, I bequeath 8 stone statues sculpted in the likeness of the 8 Irigan angels: Orinda, Lydia, Rhina, Joya, Dauja, Via, Milla, and Draxus. These sculpted figures have been in the Sinclair tomb for multiple generations, and even though there has been much debate over their natural numeric order, they have nonetheless remained steadfast in their safeguarding of our family's secrets. I trust they will continue to provide the Cathedral of Erja that same level of stewardship. So now we know all of their names. I think I have most of them here. Joya is the paragon of baking. The paragon of farming is... We have Lydia. We know Draxus. That one's Mila. This is once again Joya. she's on the lunchbox. Rina is gardening. That's Mila. So yeah, I believe the paragon of farming is Douja, which is day something. Interesting. Uh, who is that? That's Bia. There we go. Yeah, you've already had an opportunity to encounter all their names already. They and also the name of one of the planets. Yes, 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 yes. As is Via, for that matter. So, anyway, needless to say, I have run into all of their names independent of this document. It's just nice to see them all together. Okay. I give and bequeath to my grand-nephew, Simon P. Jones, son of my dear niece, Mary Matthew, all the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, and of my right, title, and interest in and to the house and land which I own near Mount Holly, as a token of the cordial and affectionate friendship which for nearly half a century his grandmother, Clara Epson, has shown me. The above provision and bequest is contingent on my aforementioned grandnephew discovering the location of the 46th room of my 45-room estate of Mount Holly. This room, among other things of value, holds the physical deed to the entire estate, as well as many other personal effects and policies of insurance. The location of the room has been kept a secret from all the staff and servants of the manor, but I am confident that any heir worthy of the Sinclair legacy should have no trouble uncovering its whereabouts within a timely manner. Should my grandnephew fail to uncover this room or provide proof of his discovery to the executors of my will, then this gift shall lapse, and the above clauses on this page and provisions pertaining to that clause shall be considered null and void, and the rest of my estate shall be disposed of and gifted to the Arindian Heritage Foundation, under condition that the house be immediately winnowed and sealed with explicit instructions and allowances. The site shall not be reopened until black flags are once again flying over Oris, or 110 years have passed since my death, whichever day shall come first. Wow. We did manage to get it within the time, which I think is a year, I believe. That's crazy. I mean, not crazy as in he was crazy, but like overwhelming. He was wanted to keep his secret secret if his grandnephew couldn't figure them out. Whew. No. Okay. Last page. Understandable when you bear in mind what they were. Yes, absolutely understandable. As one final gift to my grandnephew, Simon P. Jones, regardless of whether he finds room 46 or not, I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here under the roof of her childhood home. These preliminary draft copies include Red Prince, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and A New Clue, which she penned here during the darkest. I hope that in due time and in the natural order of things you will come to be content as I have with what little of herself she left us. In witness thereof, I have hereunto set my hand to this 18th day of March, 1993. Herbert S. Sinclair. So he knew he was coming towards the end of his life in spring, in March of 93. It is now, I think, February of 94 game time, but he knew that he was not doing well by March. Although there's a suggestion that he didn't know all of his family's secrets, but wanted to make damn sure that nobody else did either. So there is a puzzle in there. Good luck. Okay. I don't have the magnifying glass on me, unfortunately. So I can't see if there is hidden text here. We do know what the names of these are. There's a lot of clues for, like, this is the clue for the tomb. If you do not know the order of the tomb puzzle with the statues, I don't believe that they are in the order there, but it's mentioning natural numeric order, and the only place that you have a numeric order for these stone statues that are paragons is in the chapel. So that's your hint that it's you have to go to the chapel to find the order for the tomb, which I was just being dumb about. So, you know. This is your hint on what the first letter of each title is for the gallery puzzle, which is very nice. I'm not seeing any sign that there is hidden text, but that does not mean anything. March 18th is a date. A date to what? I don't know. First, second, third. We've done this. Supposedly, we have the original manuscripts of our mother's books somewhere on the grounds. Or at least they're supposed to be bequeathed to us, so maybe the lawyers have them. I don't know. But we finished this. Okay. So we have done this, technically speaking. We haven't found the last red letter. That was not in here. It is possible to locate and read them. We have their published versions. Okay. So he gave them cuckoo clocks because it is an implication that Courtney and Rygard are cuckoos. They're just bonkers. Set eternally on the sacred hour, which we know to be a particular time. And every time you go to the clock tower, you have to be patient to wait for the sacred hour. Yes, it is 1:30. For whatever reason, that is the sacred hour. This is the clue about the diary. This is the clue about what the titles of each of the pieces are. This is the clue about the tomb puzzle to open up that entrance. That doesn't seem to spell anything. I leave and bequeath to him the original manuscripts of his mother's works that were produced here. These preliminary draft copies include Red Prince, which she wrote while visiting the estate during the brightest of her days, and a new clue which she penned here during the darkest. Brightest and darkest. What does that mean? I hope in due time and in the natural order of things. That is in bold. The natural order of what things? All right. I do not know what the puzzle of the will is, but I will write down that we need to solve it at some point. She wrote a new clue during her darkest days. She wrote it while she was living underground. Yes, we've been there. We knew that she wrote it there. There's references to it in the grotto, as I recall. We've been down there a number of times, but that hasn't really helped us figure anything out. Splendid. In that case, I better get to writing. Our visitor last week has given me a bit of inspiration for a new book, because the visitor last week was possibly the detective. So that was in July. of 87. Hold on. The heist. The heist was in September, though. What happened in July? Our mother was missing in February. Okay, she went missing in February of 87. She had distanced herself from her publisher and fellow writer in 86 because they were getting in trouble with the Red Guard. But she was still in cahoots with them when she disappeared in 87, which we are pretty certain was a setup so that she could go underground. And then they did the heist in September. That's how long it took for them to figure out the heist. He's referring it to being dark down there. You know that he knows, and he knows that you know that he knows. Yes, Trav. Finish season 4 of The Legend of Vox Machina. Too many big changes. Little ones are fine. I know you can't fit everything from the campaign into an animated show, but changing too many things is insanity. Think about it this way, Winter Fairy. It is both a translation and an edit of the content that they made. Yes, they couldn't fit in everything. There's way too much in the original Vox Machina campaign for them to fit in an animated series neatly. So they have to distill it down and translate it down into something that will fit within what their allotted ability to make a season out of is. They have extensively decided to make an editing pass on that content for their own reasons, because it is, Vox Machina is their IP, and therefore they can make changes that maybe in retrospect they would have wanted to make had they, hindsight being 2020 and all, had they thought about it. But in the moment, it happened the way it happened because it is partially there's a major amount of improv that goes on in D&D campaigns, even live streamed ones. I will say that I haven't watched season 4 yet. That's still on my to-do list. It's been kind of busy, but it may have been that it was too complicated or too messy to put in the same. They had to simplify it or distill it down, and sometimes that means changing what happened. I realized that as a hardcore fan who watched the original live plays of Vox Machina back in the day, this feels like, changing the history, but sometimes, especially when you're constrained by network or animation, it is a translation into a different media. It is a distilling down of what is necessary for the story to be told in the format and within the time frame allotment that they have. I realize that not every fan is going to appreciate the change, but to some extent, the cast has, in their interviews about The Legend of Vox Machina, said that, every choice that they've made to change something was done on purpose, that they discussed it extensively, that they have been very much involved in the process, and that they didn't change anything that would make it unrecognizable as Vox Machina. So, yes, I realize that you might find it discordant when they've drastically altered something to better fit into a new media, which happens all the time. But think of it this way. It was changed not because they don't love the story they told originally, but because they now have the opportunity to make something fit in a way that is still entertaining and isn't nearly as complex as the original, but you still have the original to go back to. So if it bothers you, just go watch the episodes around that event so that you can have the correct timeline, as it were. I understand that it's difficult sometimes to sit there and go, wait, that's not what happened. But translating something into a new medium is hard. It's like translating something into a different language. Um, as anyone who's ever tried to translate from English into any Asian language, it's very difficult to do because of the way that the languages are not at all the same, and that the way the cultures don't understand the same things the same way. But people who like them liked the original. Changing it does basically say that what they liked wasn't good. I don't think that was ever the intention, though. At least, especially with Critical Role. Maybe it is in other places, but with Critical Role, I absolutely feel that like their best of intentions is just trying to get the story out there the way they wanted to tell it. And to some extent, history is written by the victors. This is very much a version of Vox Machina that maybe Scanlan wrote it down wrong. Like maybe the in-universe explanation is this is the official story, and what actually happened was a lot more complicated. Like you can look at it in that way and maybe still enjoy that. Yes, it was changed, and no, that doesn't feel great, but just because you loved a complicated plot that didn't translate over into the animated series, I suppose, in your mind, the correct way, doesn't mean that it isn't a valid way to consider that moment. And I do understand that, Trav. It's why anytime a book is translated into a visual media of any form, the hardcore fans freak out over even the smallest detail of change. And it's not enjoyable for everybody when those changes happen. But I don't believe, at least in most cases, not all cases, obviously, there's always going to be the case where it was done changed out of spite or politics or whatever. But like, I think in most cases, it's just, this is the best we could do with the change in media and the time allotment that we had. I know it feels bad, man, but it is, they are attempting to be consistent. Exactly. The Legend of Vox Machina is as close as they can get within the constraints of the medium they are trying to translate into. Every Resident Evil game and every Resident Evil movie have nothing in common. They are, extensively involved as the core people who love those characters to no end, and they are doing their best. But if their best means that every once in a while there is a major change of how something that was done one way in the live play is different in the animated series, it's a handful of times versus the entire fucking project. So I know it feels bad, man, but please, Winter Fairy, you know how much they love and adore Vox Machina, their characters. They're trying. Sometimes it's just not possible to do it the way it was. Anyway, let's get back to the game. Trav, unless you have a leading hint or clue what the puzzle I need to solve for this is, I think I might just put this down and see if I don't come back to it later. I have no idea what I'm looking at here. Is kind of the problem. This matters not at all. I'm just cleaning up my notes while I'm thinking. Okay. Right, I was comparing dates. So she started a new clue in July, and then uh and it, by the end of August she finished it. I've left the final manuscript in the safe house. Please look after the other children. So supposedly the final manuscript of A New Clue is in the safe house. Where? I don't know, but it's supposedly in there. Okay. It was in the safe house. Whether it's still there remains to be seen. Well, yeah, it's true. Moore was tasked with picking it up, so it's probably not there. I do need to work on the castle puzzle. So we have CA and then some amount of space, and then there's a T that sits somewhere further down. I'm not even sure I have all the pieces for this puzzle yet, because I don't know what any of these frickin' pieces look like. Because they're all frickin' unrelated. Oop. Okay. So, we have Slinky Cat here. So there's CA. Like maybe 2 down. CA, and then like T is here. But that is a T. So is it LT? That makes no sense. Is it supposed to be in the middle column or in the far column? Like, it makes no sense. Try to draft the tomb soon. It was in the safe house. That's a good start. Leave that one a little. The others will help place it. Okay. Well, we know that I could probably put S, T. It helps if I put in the letters that I know. Castle. Okay. So we have that. Oops. There we go. Line that up again. Please just stop. We have 6 or O. So is this 6? Tor O? which would make the T here. Lot. And then I have CX ET. X E T. Is that what I'm looking at here? Yeah, that's what I'm looking at. Now, I don't know if the Tor is correct. This could be still this, honestly. Stop that. No. Back to my notes. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to click that. It's only one column over. So it's, dismiss that, please. It could be this T. It doesn't mean that the clues don't overlap. But it makes sense here as a word. So 6 something lot. That's why I put it there. But if it's only supposed to be one more over, not all words are English words. Yeah, they definitely could be Irrigen. But I don't know if this is 6 or O, or if it is 6 OR O, because like these are in a different size. I need more pieces of this. I think this is as much as I understand. They are letters, just fill them in. Okay, so this is Tor. Please stop that notion. That's as many of the puzzle pieces for this as I have. As far as I know. Have I run into any of them? Is there a room that you could direct me to that might have more of them? I don't know. I don't know what the puzzle here is at all. We've read through this. I didn't know. I could give you rooms. This might not be as much of a clue as you think, but it would certainly narrow it down. That would be nice. It's possible that I don't know what any of these pieces look like most of the time, so like it would just help. Why is this in the castle puzzle? Oh, ID, right here. I forgot about this. Up here. That's why. ID. But this says, well, actually, I don't know. Could it fit here? I deleted the wrong thing. But it's on this side. And we have a T, like, no. Et. Never mind. Et is a word. ETT is a word. It's a directional word. I don't know if this is correct, though. If you don't know what to do, wait until you get more. Blackbridge Grotto, Classroom 7, Cloister, Locker Room, Secret Passage, the Kennel, the Tomb, the Vault, and of course the chess room that started you off. Okay. So, this is from the Locker Room. Found in the Kennel. This is the Cloister. This is the Vault. Note that you do not need Classroom 7 because it overlaps and it will make you homicidal. I'm gonna go look at it anyway. I'm rarely homicidal, but thank you. It's not in one of the pictures you've taken. Okay. So I'd actually have to find the grade 7 classroom again, and I don't want to. Okay. Not going to worry about that. Okay. Secret passage. Interesting. Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, and then of course the castle puzzle to begin with. Okay. I have an extensive amount of the tomb stuff photographed. Tomb with letter. So here's where it all ends, at least for me. It's probably in this somewhere. SSA? No. That would make no sense. Of all the picturesque places for this grand estate, I chose this dreary, dank dungeon to be laid to rest, and that same dim, somber fate fell upon my father and his father before him, who loved the outdoors even more than myself. They say there is no stronger bond of servitude than tradition, and family tradition thrice as strong. These are chains that seldom bend and never break. And I do wonder what plans and prospects of yours will be sacrificed upon the family font of convention. What biography of your own will you forsake to add another page to your father's memories, or your mother's, or mine? In our youth, we are gifted with dreams and ambitions. At our death, we are left with realities and regrets. I think there is no greater sin than to perpetrate tradition that stagnates growth, that strangles purpose, that suffocates dreams. What point is there to live another life for the sake of our own? Another's life for the sake of our own. Oh, how I wish to have been buried underneath the great oak overlooking the plains, the wondrous woods and the worldly mountains, and the wild holly that surrounds that trunk, a perpetual token of sympathy laid across my grave. What dreadful tradition is it that dumped me in this sunless hollow? As I recall, you mentioned Sunless Hollow is a big deal. Short version, there are tic-tac-toe grids there. They have X's and O's in them. They do map into the message. However, the one in the locker includes three, or of those, four all by itself, and the other is in the cloister statue. Gotcha. Give me a moment. I'm reading this for reasons. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Okay. And then the hidden tomb, but I don't see. All right. So I am missing grotto, secret passage, tomb, apparently. Classroom 7, do not look for this. I don't have a picture of the tic-tac-toe grids, so. I'm not entirely certain that the ID locations are correct. But I'm pretty sure this T is correct. Those two are both and only found in the secret passage. Okay, so I need to find the secret passage. Interestingly enough, I have the secret passage here. Where is it? Right? Yeah, it's right here. A small dead-end room with an ordinary bookcase that exemplifies that the best means to escape the confinements of our world has always been through books. Okay, so I'm not completely insane. Got it. This fucking puzzle. Okay, I have 40 steps. I would like to end the day. What did I put in coat check? Oh, I remember what I put in coat check. It's fine. I would like to end the day in the break room. And I have to go through secret passage to do that. So it's basically on the way back. Let's go see if I can't sort this out. And then groan at this puzzle because it's the worst and I hate it. You and your secrets. Okay. Yes, this is correct. And here we are in secret passage. Market, drawback press, violet, green thumb, orange. Is there any other weirdly letter-like things on the shelves? Who knows? Close that. Close that. I need hallways, secret passage. Okay, I do have chess pawn. Please ignore the dog barking. I'm not seeing any other letters, so it has to do with these books. The only colorful books in the lot. BDM. Everything you... Okay. No, this is not the worst puzzle. I have one in mind later that is absolutely and definitely the worst puzzle in the game because it's a hell of a lot of work. Long grinding, horrible work. A suggestion. Discard your assumptions and start again. Okay, that is not useful in the least to say, discard your assumptions. I'm looking for random letters. I don't know what discarding my assumptions can even do in that sense. I'm literally looking for random, seemingly out of place letters across an entire place. You say that the last two letters of this puzzle are here in the secret passage. I have these books. I've looked for random letters strewn about in the places that I can see. Not a single one of these would allow me an interaction that would allow the magnifying glass. Not that I have it, because I lost it to Lost and Found. But I'm not seeing just like random letters on the shelves. or the door are carved into the wood or in the stone behind... fucking behind the shelf. Fucking behind the shelf. I hate this place. It has to do with these books. The books are in the way because I can't close this door. Actually, me being frustrated and looking in all the corners to just be like, see, I see nothing but stupidity here, has actually got me. O-O-R. D and R. I need a picture of this, and this is the best angle I can get, and also the most awkward fucking thing. Stupid. You can't enter this room from the back easily. But I have it, it's fine. Bound. Six, add 6, tor, lore, et. Okay. Et is south, I think? No, east. Tor is counterclockwise. Add 6, counterclockwise. Do we know what lore is? Counterclockwise word. East. Yeah. Don't know what CIX means. Oops. Question marks. Might help. I mean, it could be 6 plus 6. Would it help to know that the first one is Latin and no, not hard, you already know it? I mean, I don't know why they're using a real-world language that they don't reference in their own fucking game, as if we all know Latin suddenly, but sure. We have had Roman numerals. I believe CIX is Roman numerals for specific amounts. I don't remember what they are, but I do remember where I wrote that information down. So there's that. It's in... I'm not going to add anything to that. It is in the wine cellar that I wrote this information down, I believe. Yeah, 1,200. C is 100. I can never remember what C means. This is 109. Add 6. Counterclockwise word east. Yeah, they use Roman numerals. They don't reference Roman numerals or Latin anywhere in the game. They just assume that you know what Roman numerals are, which I understand in the puzzling community is fairly basic information that pretty much everybody who does puzzles of this type, variety, etc. knows. But the fact that they have Roman numerals in their game, but they do not reference it in any of the material in an in-world fashion, drives me up the fucking wall. There should be an incomplete reference book to, I don't know, Costa Rican numeral markings or something, just to give it some in-world flavor. You don't have to necessarily have everything in there, just the basics. Maybe the C is scratched out, but the 100 is still there, and you can figure it out from there. They could have been clever about it. They've been clever about a lot of things. There really should have been some reference other than, oh, this real world thing is something we're using. Yes, they do assume that. Some information is expected because it's not supposed to be easy. You're in part 2 of the game. It's supposed to... Yeah. There's hard, there's stupid hard, and then there's... You need to know things about real life in our fantasy game with its own history. If you want to... all you need to do is contextualize, this is where this thing is from. And it works the same as our world. As a sort of directional hint on some things you can assume, some things you shouldn't. We have our own history here. We have our own mathematics here. We have our own language, a secondary language here. At the very least, if you're going to reference real world stuff, make it a part of the lore of the world. Add some sort of reference in it so that I don't have, anyone who's trying to follow along with the plot, so to speak, isn't sitting here going, can I count on this information being real for this world and our world? Can I count on what I know about Roman numerals to finish the puzzles of this game? Can I? The assumption is stupid, is all I'm saying. I have very few gripes about this game, most of which is just, if you're going to have progression levels, teach how the puzzle works before you get to the puzzle. I should not have to understand ciphers if you have no reference to ciphers in the game. The fact that they've used Roman numerals on the angel, stained glass, and the clocks indicate that this world uses Roman numerals. It's not outside info. It's part of... Yes, but not everybody knows Roman numerals past X. It's easy to look up, sure. I looked it up. But there is a part of this game where they're, they want you to follow the story. And they want you to be steeped in the history and the lore of the world. And then they have no fucking reference to something that should be something that is included in the lore of the world. Even just in passing. Would be helpful. If they're going to have puzzles that rely on real world information to be known, they either need to point in that direction in some obscure way in the quote unquote tutorial section, the first third of the game, or they need to, add in lore to make it make sense. You've got a much larger number on the coat of arms. You didn't freak out. No, I didn't freak out but I also didn't know what the number meant until I looked it up, Roman numerals up online. They could have had a reference to Roman numerals in the game that's not just in passing on a crest. They could have given it depth. They could have given it history. They've been doing that for other things. They made up their own goddamn language, for crying out loud. The least they could do is add a line in the history book somewhere that numerals used with I's and X's and C's and M's and whatnot are common in Costa Rica. That way you can be like, oh, okay, they use Roman numerals in this world, and this is where it comes from. Like, my only gripe is that they had an opportunity to add to the lore and they didn't. Really, that's my gripe. And it would have taught somebody something. Anyway. It's not because I feel stupid. I have often felt stupid in this game, and it has been an enjoyable experience to feel stupid until I figure it out. But there's just a little bit of polish, I guess. Why? You've already seen them. Don't ask the question when you don't want to hear the answer again. I've given you the answer. They missed an opportunity. That's what I am saying. I don't know what any of this means. Where do I input the counterclockwise word east of whatever this adds to? Nope, that's the wrong symbol. Equals 115. Counterclockwise word east. I have no idea. Thank you, PP. Like, I understand that it is the conceit of the puzzling community, at least in the style of these puzzles, that Roman numerals are kind of like expected and known, but not everyone that plays this game is going to be of that community or in that mindset. I just feel like a missed opportunity was had. And I have, specifically for this castle puzzle, I feel, but a couple of other places, like, there was absolutely a point where they could have added some sort of directional reference that doesn't give away the answer, but certainly would at least point you in the right direction to go, oh, there is an answer I need to find here, that they could have done. And I had to be led by the nose by Trav and other people in my chat to find it, which is great community effort, but still. Whoa, I have caps locks on? I'm not that mad. I know they're not trying to hold my hand in this section, but they had a whole section of the game with the opportunity to, you know, give a little of a teaching moment. A smaller puzzle that would have made you recognize the puzzle, the bigger puzzle later sort of situation. I don't know. It's just a thing. Oh shit. I was on my way to the break room. No, I'm fine. I had to go this way anyway. It's like, did I just ruin myself? No. No, I did not. And then the break room is this away? Yeah. Uppies. Okay. So I have put stuff in coat check. I only lost 2 things that I didn't really need to lost and found, which is awesome. I finally figured out the map puzzle in room 46 and got that information. Apparently there's another puzzle involved in it. I don't really understand. We have worked on the castle puzzle today because apparently I just needed something in the secret passage that I wouldn't have thought of to get because I've only come into that room from one direction. Going, there couldn't possibly be anything on the other side of secret passage because you can't open the door from that side. Well, that is intentional, unfortunately. I mean, yeah, you see Roman numerals in various locations, but how they make use of them or for why is still a mystery. And where they come from in the in-world history, still a mystery. So, did you know that you're expected to ask other people for help? That it being a community project is in fact intended. I don't doubt that. That is very much a puzzle community mindset as well, but some people may not want a community involved. Some people may be doing this solo. Like, the intention of harder and harder puzzles is fine so long as you teach people. Like, this is an opportunity, Trav, to teach a new generation this type of puzzle. All of these types of puzzles and ciphers and codes and ways of thinking that they don't teach in school anymore, that they don't make games and media and puzzles for anymore. Like, this is a dying art. This is a love letter to a dying art, really. And there is a point of frustration that some people will hit and they will never play this game again, which is very, very sad. There is a point where they will lose a huge part of their audience because the puzzles are too hard. They may even lose me at some point. I may not finish this game. I want to. I like it. I'm enjoying myself, but the reality is that, you know, if I have to go hunt down every little thing because I don't know how a puzzle works, and there's no reference to any similar thing, no teaching of any similar thing, you know, this is a love letter to these types of puzzles that are not really created in this modern era. And this is what the next generation is going to know about those puzzles going forward. It's just, there is a point where this could be teaching the next generation about this kind of puzzle and how to think outside of the box and how to connect and problem solve in a way that they don't teach in school anymore around the world, because, you know, this game can be bought in many countries, and it is a brilliant game. It is a clever game. It is an interesting game, but and you know, I of course am going to highly recommend to anyone who wants to play it that they take extensive notes, and B, do not play it alone. You're going to need multiple heads to figure out the puzzles along the way, and it's much more fun with friends to figure it out than it is by oneself. But like, some people want the challenge. Some people will hit the challenge part and never touch the game again, and that is sad. I understand that they want to make things harder and harder and harder as it goes along. That is not my issue here. It's fine to make things hard. The King's Quest games were hard too, and a lot of the answers to the problems in King's Quest games and similar early point-and-click adventures were ridiculous and out of nowhere and made you literally spend money to solve the last game or do the most ridiculous thing you can find to solve the last game, oftentimes with a time limit, which is entirely ridiculous. This one is more thoughtful and clever than that, which I like a lot. But my point is that just because you can make it harder for the sake of making it harder doesn't mean you shouldn't be teaching, so that when you get to the hard part, you have some fucking clue what to do. It's just a missed opportunity. Oh yeah, no, the King's Quest games were an error, but like, this is the like, I'm getting a similar vibe, and I imagine that the people who did this game were also inspired by those point and click adventures where the puzzles are not necessarily expected, that the answers to puzzles could be weird or interesting, and they went to a much more logical approach, which I appreciate, because at the very least you know that there is an answer and that there's some sort of hint for that answer somewhere, some amount of pieces gathering that you can do, even if you don't recognize it at the get-go as anything other than just really odd. But my point is that they had the opportunity to teach, and they didn't, is what it comes down to. Which is, again, a very... I may sound passionate and, like, grumbling about it, but it is, at the end of the day, a very minor gripe about this game. Minor. So please, please, everyone, take it for what it is. It's I feel like they failed to consider a thing, and this game is amazing. So, like, I don't think badly of the game for it. I just, a little bit more forethought, I think, was needed. A little bit. A tiny smidge of a forethought. That's all. I'm gonna call it a day here. Move on. That was actually a very productive day. For all that I'm like, gripe. The Archaeological Shopping Center of Tomorrow, which is apparently my favorite configuration. I get it a lot. I just love to dig things. I like tomorrow rooms, and I tend to use at least a couple of shop rooms, so... You haven't seen all the clues in the game. The blue tents give you a stack of memos, and so does the trove. There are other clues in other places too. Complaining now that they didn't explain something, then for all you know, it's somewhere that you haven't yet seen. Does not come over as well as you think. That's fair. Like, if the clues are there and I just haven't found them yet, that's on me. Absolutely. That is not my gripe. If they have the clues somewhere and I just kept grinding to get them and I would get there eventually, that's one thing. I don't have a problem with that. I don't necessarily like grindy games, but this has been an enjoyable grind. Like, just the puzzle of configuring your house from day to day has been fun. It is a lack of directional teaching clues that I have the biggest gripe on, which at the end of the day is fairly minor, all things considered. Like, I believe that they're a highly intelligent group of people who put this game together. The music, the art style, the vibe, the lore, it's all very interesting. Like, I cannot stress enough that this is an amazing game. Mind-blowing, amazing game. Like, rave. It's amazing. My minor, but very passionately ranted gripe about it is that there was an opportunity to teach about these types of puzzles that you do not get in schools or in many other locations unless you fall into the correct niche community at the perfect niche time. They don't make puzzles like this in common media anymore, which they were definitely a part of my childhood, and you can see the roots of that because I do recognize the puzzles a lot of the times that some people struggled with. I haven't really watched anybody else play, but I imagine some other people have struggled with it. You know, Broccoli has been like, I don't know how you do that to some of the puzzles, and PP is always amazed with how I do these puzzles. But, you know, you need a wide variety of a very specific puzzle-related skill sets to complete this game. To do it by oneself just means that you are on some level of pattern matching genius that I am not at. I just feel like there has been the opportunity, at least earlier in the game, to teach certain types of puzzles that are not common in the everyday media of the world anymore, that would be very, very helpful for the late game. You could do a smaller version of it so that at the very least, when you get to the actual larger, more important version, regardless of how long into the clue stacks you have to go to find the clues, the memo stacks, that you actually can recognize the puzzle for what it is. Not necessarily where it's inputted, not necessarily what it's related to at first, but that you can recognize the puzzle for what it is. Because there's a lot of clues in this game that you get very, very early that don't make sense until hindsight hits. Which is intentional to some degree. I understand that. That's fine. But, like, a lot of these puzzles you don't find other places anymore. You don't have magazines or puzzle websites anymore that have those types of things. Like, we talked about the history of Maze when we got into the gallery room, because the artist who did Maze is the artist for the gallery room. And that history outside of the game, the real life history of what inspired this game to begin with, is fascinating and amazing. And to this day, no one has actually solved Maze properly. At least as far as the Wikipedia says. Maybe somebody has. But there are multiple websites dedicated to this, written by people who are, you know, our age, Trav, who found those puzzles interesting because they came in the magazines and the media and the, you know, the cool things of their eras, of their childhood or their young adulthood, that do not get made anymore. And as this game is a love letter to all of those kinds of puzzles, not teaching how those, to recognize those puzzles or how they work, at least at their basics, is essentially making future generations possibly unable to solve this game by them, like, even with each other, without a walkthrough. That is honestly my biggest gripe, is that they could have taught this type of thinking, this type of mindset earlier, so that when you get to the later, harder puzzles, you can recognize the puzzles for what they are to begin with, without ever doing anything more than adding extra little bits of lore, like little bits of lore about the other countries outside of Irja and Fen Ares and Orindia Ares. You could have given lore about, you know, Arch Ares and Kororika, and just have more connections to the world that they are building in the background through the use of teaching these puzzles. Like, we've seen the Morajai boxes that gives us so much insight into Morajai and other places. Like, that level of clever is something that they could have used a little earlier on with some of the more obscure puzzles to explain what they look like and how to do them. That's it. That's all my gripe is. And that is a minor gripe overall. So, you know, maybe it's a I'm too stupid gripe, but I don't believe that it is a gripe that is unfounded. I'm not saying I'm, you know, we'll go for another run. I'm not saying that they did not put a lot of thought and love and heart and cleverness into this game. They absolutely did. And ooh, day 69. I was looking forward to this day. Nice. They missed an opportunity to teach. And I feel like that is a detriment to all the generations forward who will play this game. And that's my personal opinion. They do not have to agree with me. It's just an opinion. If the tomb rolls up, I will try to get to it. I don't have the mail, so let's just go invest in my future. 69 on 69. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah. One coin, one day at a time. But, yeah. Hi, birdies. Will I get the tomb today? I did. Hey, look at that. Bah. Down into the tomb I go. This is open, and I can pick up some ivory dice here. Yeah. Do we have a dig spot on the floor anywhere that I need to come back for? Not that I see. We have the morbid letter here. This was not a breakable wall. I did check when I had the power hammer last. I checked most of the walls, honestly. Okay. This is Grandma's tomb. Oh, Grandma. And the note she left behind for her daughter that I can't hardly read. And her key. There is a dig spot in here. Okay. There's a dig spot to come back for. Who doesn't love a good 69? Exactly. Okay, so here's a question. How did HSS's will end? Was there anything that stood out? That's a good question. There was a bolting of things. The natural order of things. I could try the order that is in the will versus the order that is in the chapel. Let me just go visit everybody first. This is either Simon or this is either Grandpa or, you know, our Grandpa Simon or Herbert's grandfather. Let's go pick up our money. Ah, 2 dig spots. Okay. So, I hope that in due time, in the natural order of things, you will come to be content as I have with what little of herself she left us. One, 8, 3, 1, 9, 9, 3? I don't know if that's relevant at all. There's only 8 paragons, so no. So, like, I could attempt the order that is in here for the statues, with obviously Draxus being the end. The freezer note told you that any dates that you found in letters, etc. were not relevant to anything. Yeah, that is true. Because it just says the natural order of things. Does that mean the natural order of the concepts of things? Where does royalty end up in the natural order of things? Okay. So, Orinda. Lydia. Fuck. Nope. Wrong direction. Down, down, down. Red rooms. Chapel. Lydia. Writing. She is. Nope, nope, nope. Here. Rhina is gardening. That's farming. Gardening is this one. Abysme. Joya is the baker. Douja is the farmer. Pitchfork, pitchfork, pitchfork. Via is you. Mila is you. And then Draxus is downstairs. Farming, ranching, whatever. And then Draxus. There we are. Hey, Eggnog! Thank you for the hydrate. I will do that. Welcome in. Thank you for being here. Okay. And it has an 8. Of course it does. Of course it does. Actually, leave that open. Close this one. I'm doing all right, Eggnog. You missed my diatribe, but welcome in. I hope you are doing well as well. And that is Drax's stained glass window. Really not on display very well, is it? Did you wonder if he had one? I know I did. I absolutely did wonder, and his stained glass window is absolutely fantastic. I'm not gonna lie. Slightly fried because of the heat or because of the day? Yes, I'm going to put them in the library because that's where I've been putting all of the books. It's just better that way. All right. Then I have all the books together, at least in my notes. Library, library, library. So. I always mark where they are. Due to heat? Yeah, absolutely, eggnog. 27C? Yeah, no. Way too hot. It's 31C there. Yeah, I know. The UK is dying. It's terrible. My fan doesn't feel like it does anything, but you certainly notice if it's turned off. Very true. I currently have 3 fans in my bedroom. Ugh. I'm so sorry, you guys. I wish I could share my air conditioning with you, but unfortunately, I cannot. All right. We have heard, I believe, the original telling of the Red Prince at the end of the first section of the game. I believe we heard our mother reading it aloud over the once we actually arrived at room 46 for the very first time. So that is not overkill. All 3 fans at different levels too. Oh, I am so sorry, Eggnog and Trav. I'm sorry that your brains are melting out of your skulls right now. It is now story time. The Red Prince. Yes, that is what keeps dripping out of your nose, your brain. You know, the Egyptians, upon preparing the dead for mummification, would absolutely stick a rod up your nose to scramble your brains and pull it out. Just FYI. Once there was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for everything / all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. Oh, did I mention these are children's books? The rose is in this picture. As is the symbol for Fenris, which I do not believe is in the published version. Nope. It is not. Look at that. Your brain? I can believe it. My brain doesn't work right. They were smart. They knew about brain-eating zombies. I'm quite shocked I have a brain left. Wasn't much in there. First draft, not final. I know. It's just interesting to see the differences, that's all. Remember, this draft got rejected by a publisher for being too political. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. Ooh. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. So we have Arch Aries, Arindia Aries, and Kororika, I think. Let me double check that. Underground. Inner Sanctum. No, not Kororika. Morajai. Morajai is the swan in the snow, apparently. Fascinating. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. Castle in the background. No castle in the background here. Trees stayed. The castle did not. Okay, we'll compare it later. May, just get the pictures. Stop fapping about. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. Our mom, the wordsmith. Well, Simon P. Jones's mom, it's not mine. Eggnog finally redeemed first, because nobody else had. I think this is where it deviates. From the original. He couldn't see beyond the red shade he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. We have a bird, we have space, we have... cute things. But one day the prince saw something new, and if you look closely, you might see it too. A blue butterfly! The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue. May did not know that Egg is a legend. I am well aware that Egg is a legend. He's legendary. Okay, so now that I have the book, we can compare it to the original, or to the printed version. So we have the Red Prince. This particular page one is from the master bedroom version, not the library or the nursery version, but you know, this is The Red Prince by Marion Marigold. That is her pen name. Oh, Fen is magnificence. Okay. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown made of rubies and a red castle made of stone. So this is the same. The orientation of the armored people is different, but that's okay. The prince had a love for everything, or for all things red. It's the only true color, the prince often said. The flags are both here, the stop sign, the hydrant, the lobster, the wagon, the apples, the rose, and the only thing technically missing is the sign of Fen Aries, the shape, I should say, the symbol shape of Fen Aries, because red is the national color of this country. It was left out to be less political. He could not stand the sight of a canary which is Arch Aries. Canaries are blue. Or, I'm sorry. Canaries are yellow. Or a crow, which is black. And that's Arinda Aries. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. So those are all references to colors of different countries. So we have Arch Aries, which is to the north of Fen Aries. We have Arinda Aries, which is the past of Fen Aries. And we have Morajai, which is white. But otherwise, the art is basically the same. I mean, you know, this is the rough draft, and obviously when she redid the line art, she did it differently, but... And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. That's the same, except they don't have the castle in the background. This castle design is actually the castle of Arindia. Because Reddington used to be... It has that castle below our estate, really. But yeah, they just took out the castle. Everything else is fine. And then this is where it deviates. So he always had a book to turn his eyes down if he was ever outside when the clouds weren't around. So now we have the bridge and the mountains and a stream and a tree. Whereas here, he says he didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many sympathies. So we have birds and a tree, and a bench and the leaves, but we don't have any of that here. This is where they deviate drastically. So we don't have this context at all. Like it, they have nothing in common from there on out. Yeah. But with that ending, it makes a lot of sense that her second book was Swimbird, which is all about a blue bird. I am a dareboard, a daring and brave bird, diving so deep bird, I ride on the wave bird. There was not a dare I would not do, there is not a depth I would not dive to. However, my friends are not very open to the idea that I like the skies less than the ocean. Bird in the sky, not in the sea. That is what they say when looking at me. You are not a seabird, you are not a swim bird. If you are friend bird, fly in the wind bird. And shouldn't you always listen to friends? For they know me best, or so they pretend. And so I dare not dive, and I dare not swim, and I dare not step foot in the ocean again. And I dare not smile, and I dare not laugh, for they will do it for me on my behalf. And I dare not dream, and I dare not speak, for maybe my friends won't like the real me. And I will say goodbye to my dreams in the sea and wonder why daring feels just like defeat. So Swimbird is blue. There is no blue country, but Fen Aries is a red country. Nuance is a green country, and Arch Aries is a yellow country. Those are the colors of their flags, and those were the allies in the war against Arinda Aries. So as much as blue is not the flag color of any country, if it's definitely the idea of kind of returning to the old, but yeah. So we went from the ending of Red Prince, where his new favorite color is blue, to Swimbird, where he is the blue bird. And now we have a new Clue manuscript. So this could also be very different from the original. Or from the published version, I should say. Excuse me. A new clue. Oh, I like the flourish underneath. That's very cute. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he would know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely find two, tell you, for you are looking for a new clue too. For clues come together like a pair of new shoes. Okay. Platform 8 is different route instead. This is the cook and the maid. How many memos should be visible? All very good questions. He had retraced his sketches and studied the files, rewritten his theories, and gone through the piles of the evidence shown to God only known, nobody known, and retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. Suspect list needed. We'll add in final illustration. Depart. Instead of departures. Dead herrings. Dead cases. Yeah. Medium gate. Apparently all those sketches in the drawing room with the gate lengths is our mom's work. Corner cases. Patio, nook, office, pantry. Double check with Kirk about documents. Swap the king with the rook. Now we know about that. This is where the clue is. He had looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in all of the tombs. For in this case, he had searched/checked every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Note to publisher, insert small case, numbers barely visible between the marked words above. We got all of those numbers. We've done that section. Swap the king with the rook, which I believe they did. Keep left. Too much overlap with clue in the secret passage. Okay. We will double check that page when we finish this. That was another one for the castle puzzle, which you no longer need. Yes, I am aware. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. Too obvious? He questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur, who told him new clues were found only in books. Replace fork with something connected to 10. Ah, the two cuckoos. That must be the cousins. wondered who those people were. Now I know. And tome after tome that the library loaned, and the books that he had that he already owned, were searched from their covers all the way through. If he had found a new clue, he'd know what to do. A new clue, Uncle Ah. Cuckoo 2, those are the cousins. Yeah, Tender Cipher, Lunar renamed, Uncle Ah, drafting the sixes. Draft the sixes, yeah. That's funny. He changed all the letters in the lines that he found, lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. He checked all the colors for each key that he wound, a nod to my uncle's parlor game. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, as my mother used to call me, and found that the diction of each word was sound. Unending homophones. Blech. Denoted in verse was removed, but we have seen that before. It's in the music room. Mary, Mary, with a picture of herself. Gates, gate, with the horse. Right, right. Lore, word. Your name. Draft the sixes. Going to the fixed stars. We got all that. Dead end. Got that too. They do like their homophones. It's literally in the name of the game. Lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. A nod to my uncle's parlor game. He checked all the colors for each key that he wound. So the parlor game, yeah, that is the parlor game reference. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, as my mother used to call me. Is Yenna a seasonal greeting? Interesting. Not sure what that reference is, but I'm curious. No, her mother called her Mary Gates. I see. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. From what I was told, I believe Margle's directory is currently 22 rooms short of completion. No cause for concern yet, as Uncle has thankfully removed pump room from the draft pool. Ah, so Detective Margle didn't have the full directory to work with regardless. And then that's the entrance hall. Interesting. So he couldn't have gotten into the underground because he didn't have any access to the basement doors. Because he couldn't empty the fountain, essentially. Or the reservoir, for that matter. Yeah, the safe house was unreachable. Indeed. A man obsessed in Cuckoo 2, they would say as he would wander through, the best medicine is not yet evident or evidence. When or if he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Yeah. And having read this over so many times, having scored over each of the lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? One per page. Major, stop, dead end, major key, XYZ, ABC. Seen all the signs? Metro, show the entire route. Yeah. Yep. Hey, Fan, welcome in. I adore you as well. How are you doing? Or is there perhaps something now due, something overlooked but now in view? Have you really found it? Could it finally be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. View, the suspect is minor. Typed, handwritten, typed. Yep. Remove the sign from this final illustration. Remind Randolph to set this up before we leave. The suspect is a key. All right, now that we have the entire book in my notes, we can refer to the printed version to see where the differences are. A new clue. So here's the manuscript cover, and here is A New Clue by Marion Marigold, our mother's pen name. A New Clue by Marion Marigold. It has a question mark instead of this cool little thing. My ears were burning. Only egg. How is game going? I'm deep in the mid game. Headed towards the end game, but nowhere near close to finishing. So here is the original, and here is what ended up being. So they did change this from platform 8 to route 8. You can tell that the cook and the maid later in the book are here. And then she worked out how many memos should be visible here. It looks like there are no memos visible at all. But she could have been talking about all of the paperwork here. Either way. So we did get depart and not departures. The dead cases are dead herrings. He does have a medium gate here. The corner cases are as follows. And we do have some extra papers that double check with Kirk about documents. I believe that this is the documents that Kirk was supposed to be double checked on. Of the evidence, stop. Of the evidence present and precedence evident. So that is what was changed. That whole line was changed. Interesting. So they did swap the king for a rook. They put in a cave wall. The candlesticks are there. This grid has no reference to anything on it, but it is the castle puzzle grid. Keep left is there. The papers are there. Yep. They just extended the rubble to behind him for balance, I think. And there are faint numbers between the the words that I did that I did get close-ups of all of these things. Here are the close-ups of the numbers. But yeah, so that's where we're at there. Too much overlap with the clue in the secret passage? Question mark? I think they should have left it in, personally. But that's just a personal preference. It's fine that they left it out. Alright. So they kept 2 Tanner fork, even though replace fork with something connected to 10. This is a... This is a fork here, but they changed it to apple, banana, orange. The maid and the cook are there. The detective is there. Yep. He looked under beds and in nooks. Under beds and in nooks, too obvious. There's a blue X here. Stop that notion. I am not hitting that. Stop it. Why are you constantly trying to do that? Stop it. Yeah, they swapped the king and the rook. What was that called again? Rings of... Castled the king. Castled him. Yes, this is where this hint is for the chess puzzle. Like, you had to tell me about it because I hadn't gotten this book yet. I still haven't done it either, so... Now I have, like, the clue here. One of them. There are 2 others. So these are the cousins with the cuckoo clocks. Yeah, that's basically all the same. Slightly more balanced for the page. They actually went so tome after tome instead of and. Were searched from their colors all the way through. Okay. The colors referenced here is to color the covers the correct colors, I think, is what the note is for. I looked it up. What times are the clocks in the printed books set to? The sacred hour, or the sacred time. 1:30. Which is definitely a reference to the cousins as well. Yeah. Totally a reference to the cousins. Next page. They did, in fact, remove the denoted in verse symbology here that you can find in the music room, but everything else is fine. Her face is drawn here, but it is wiped out here, which I think is fun. Not a huge amount of changes to this particular page or the lines. Okay, so she took out the moon symbology from down the way. And the 22 rooms short of completion, I have completed the directory. I have all the rooms in the directory, so... and then some, I think. So that's pretty lining up. Not much was changed here. Did go with evidence here and if. So those changes were made. Okay. Okay, so we do have the stop, we have the lamp. The rook was here originally, but they moved the king here. We've got the books, a coffee. This does say Major. These two do say these things. This does reference the other page and has writing on it that is related. And it does show the entirety of the route in this picture. So you could follow the route in the book, not just in the with the metro map from the safe house. You literally could solve the puzzle from right here. And she did take over out as well of this line. Okay. And then added art to the walls. These are all pictures that you find. So this picture is in the with the bird and the sun over water is in the shelter. This picture is actually in the safe house. This picture is in the ballroom. And then we have this. They did remove platform 8 from this. This one is blue. These two are red. This one has handwriting. These two are typed. So the memos are now you can see because the detective is not standing in front of them. Everything else looks pretty similar otherwise. The suspect is a key. One, 2, 3, 4, 5 letter key. Interesting. It is obviously in reference to the Blackbridge Grotto logins. So that is the entirety of the manuscript and everything. Oh, wait. Or is there perhaps something... And she wrote do, but they kept the new here. Interesting. Okay. Well, that gave us clues to a lot of things, most of which we've used. But it's good to see the reference material. Yay, we now have the manuscript in our notes in case we need to reference them. Thank you, Draxus. Please stop giving references to my mother being dead. It freaks me out. I would like to be reunited with her someday. All right. Give me one moment, you guys. I'm going to let you enjoy the company of Draxus for just a little while longer. Alright, thanks Draxus for the company. Where to go from here? I don't really need to go down that way. Well, I'm back the way I came, I guess. I have 2 dig spots here that I should return to if possible. Maybe today... Well, let's see what we can accomplish today. I'm not sure what it will be, but it'll be something. Alright. Thank you, library, for your... Throw that in there. Where do I want to go? Let's go up the middle. I haven't done that in a minute. Kennel's perfect. Hi, buddy. Yes, you're so good. Hello. Hello, everyone. Ah, nothing there. 2 petables today. Love that. And a dig spot. Cool, 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 cool. Let's do the corridor. No. Spare terrace. Perfect. Nothing here today. Oh well. Alright. I know, puppy, I know. You're so cute. You are also so cute. Yeah. They got extra love today. Ooh, the break room. Give me a break. Give me a break. Break me off a piece of that Kit Kat bar. Mmm, Kit Kat bars. So delicious. Let's do math! Excuse me? Excuse me? What is this? One third of 15 is 5. 5 again? Nope, okay. 1/3 of 15 is 5. $15 plus 15 is 30? This is fractions. This is fractions. Five plus 5 is 10. Okay. 1/3 of 9 is 3. Minus 1 is 2. The fact that I got that conceptually was insane. We have now added fractions to the puzzle. Holy shit. That's crazy. That was fun. Okay. Okay. The rabbit hole goes even deeper. I thought they would start giving me rounding, but no, they gave me fractions. Wild. That's going the wrong way. Don't want. I'll take the den, I guess. Do we have... No, we do not have a box. Okay. Hallway? Fabulous. We can put coat check here. This would be a fine place for coat check. Is there something that I want to have less of for a week? How many uses of repellent is there? Did I pick it up? Am I dumb? I did not pick it up. Thank you. One use. Okay, so I have to be very sure. Do I want to move the foundation? You said that this location would be preferable for foundation? Probably with this one moving up. I'd have a week to figure it out. The drawing room here would be nice. Thank you. Awesome. Magnifying glass. Hey, you got found again. You're not lost after all. That's considered the ideal place. It's in the middle column, and there's a space between it and the antechamber, letting you access it, and it's high enough to get good routes from it. That's fair. It's fair. Totally fair. Perfect. There is now food in spare terrace. And here. Nom nom. I still don't have my beloved shovel, but that's okay. Open sesame. Put security here. Do. What am I missing? 5 fruit, 1 gem, 10 coins. I have no idea where any of it is. Do-do-do. Alright, what crazy things do we have today? Each time you draft a tomorrow room. Oh, bless me. Ooh, both of these are good. Oh, bless me again. Set your dice to 2. Log in. Special order, our beloved shovel. And then log out. Alright, that's done. Cool, cool, cool. It's locked. Okay. That's fine. Now we'll go through Foundation. Because if we do, we can pet puppies. Wasn't even paying attention to see if there was fruit. Oh well. Different puppy once petted this time. Yes. So cute. Dining room all the way down here? Crazy. But look at how pretty the view is. Love it. We'll take the Nook. Nook is good. Because I don't have enough keys. Alright. I'll take the workshop. Get the battery. Okay. Bingo parlor here. It also now has a nice view. Alright, what insanity do we have now? One of the other boxes is true. The gems are in the other box with a true statement. This is the only true box. If black is false, both of the other boxes are true. The gems are in the other box with a true statement is true. And this being the only true box means that the gems are here. Now, if black is true and only one of the other boxes is true, the gems are not in the other box with a true statement, and this is not the only true box. I actually think they're in blue. What does the rest of chat think? I can go over the rules for anyone who needs them. If black is true, blue is false, therefore white is true, and gems are in black. They are indeed in black. Thank you. No. Bedroom it is. If blue is true, the others are both false, and we don't know where to look. Argument for looking in black, though, yeah. Oh, tunnel, you would go so wrong. I don't want any of these three here. This is terrible. I wanted a dead end here. Where are all my dead ends? I guess I'll pull tunnel out. Ooh, it's got three dig spots here. Nice. I'll have to come back for it. Assuming I ever receive my beloved shovel today, we'll find out. No extras in here. That's okay. We will throw the kitchen in. Ooh, another morning pool? I will take it. I'll eat the bananas here just in case. Speaking of morning room. But I need the East Wing Hall to go forward. Well, I suppose I don't need it. I could go through Foundation, but it would be convenient. I'm enjoying convenience. Awesome. That worked out beautifully. Really? Wrong configuration. Okay, drafting studio it is, I guess. I have no more potential new floor plans. I also... Oh, I do have the magnifying glass. Not that it does me any good here, but I can open this if I want to. Now I know the configuration of the day. Okay. Yeah, morning room here is fine. Ooh, trunk. I only have the one key, though. Dining room here, however, perfectly reasonable. I cannot rotate the throne room at all whatsoever. Lame. I don't have enough gems for it either. see. 1... 2... 2. And Mechanarium would be 3. That should give me all the doors at the very least. Yeah. I'll take it. Yep, it gives me all the doors that I need. None of the cool extra stuff, but... I'm out of keys. That is problem. Oh dear. Yeah, I think I'm gonna attempt to move the foundation. I won't have it for a week, so we'll have runs without it, but it's okay. Press X in any room of your house. I pressed X? Hello? Is there a prompt somewhere? I hope it worked. I guess we'll find out tomorrow. I can't go any further up or down. I have the break room, so that's not a problem. I suppose I will just have to do what I need to do. Yeah, it doesn't fit because it has to be at 8, and we are only at 6. I have no more keys. Lame. So I guess that's a short run. Short but sweet. Didn't get my shovel. Had fun though. Probably could have done this better. It's fine. We'll just go to the break room and log off. I have to get going anyway. I streamed a little long today. Now, I attempted to use... Nice. I attempted to use the repellent in the foundation. I don't know if it worked. But I'm going to attempt to check it again. If it didn't work, I'll find out. We will all find out tomorrow, as it were. Alright, we are in the break room. Lovely bubbly. And this is where I must call it a day, because I have no other way forward. I attempted. It did not go anywhere. What did we get? Mount Holly, respectable jigsaw house of tomorrow. Nice. Alrighty, guys. Thank you for joining me for yet another run of blueprints. Outside of my crazy ranting, I hope that you guys enjoyed. We did get many things done. So thank you, Trav, for all your help today. It has been absolutely fantastic magical. In any case, you guys My name is Mayronel Theotover. I do stream Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Eastern US time, and if that is not your time zone, feel free to give me a follow and put on notifications so you know when I go live. You can do that either here on Twitch or over on Blue Sky, whichever floats your boat. I do have a YouTube channel. If you cannot join me live, YouTube has all the VODs in handy-dandy playlists available anytime, day or night, for your convenience. I make no money over there. It's just how I give back to the community that supports me here on Twitch. So enjoy the VODs whenever you feel the need for some company. Or just want to catch up to what in the world I've been doing in this game. Either way, it's there for you guys. Last but certainly not least, I do try to raid a friend or make a friend at the end of every stream. Try being the key word there. Feel free to copy pasta my raid message and spread the love onward to whoever we raid. Let's find out who it will be today. Today we're gonna go raid Wing Benny, who's playing Deep Rock Galactic Survivor. He's cozy, he's sweet. You can call him Wing, you can call him Benny, you can call him Wing Benny, but either way, he's a lot of fun. So let's go over and say hi, because I haven't said hi to him in a little bit. And I hope that you guys have a fantastic, magical rest of your time, whatever time zone you happen to be in, and that I will see you in my next stream, which is tomorrow as of the live. And if you're over on YouTube, well, you are welcome to come check out when my next stream is. But either way, you guys, take care of yourselves, and we raid in 3, 2, 1. Bye, everyone.